Okay, we are live. It is Tuesday. It is another art day. We are starting a new magnet today. These are the pieces that we're going to use for our magnets picture frame. We don't need them just yet, but I do need them out, so. This is the backing of our magnet. This is our base. This is what we're going to attach our needle felted piece to on one side, and then the magnets will go on the other, just so it's a little bit more sturdy and stiff so it can be pulled on and off the fridge without distorting the shape of the magnet or the needle felted item itself. We've got a piece of craft felt. Obviously I have used this for other things. I don't remember what, but we've got enough of a piece here where we can use that to needle felt our magnet on. Putting it over here would be a little, I don't know if risky is the right word. It might be a little tight. We can probably still do it, but for today we're going to use this section over here. I'm trying to use up all the weird shaped, weird thinness felt that I have in my storage. And since it doesn't need to be a specific larger size, it needs to be a specific smaller size, then I can use the weird felt that I have that like shrinks down when I'm using it a little bit. It pulls in some different directions. So I figured that this was a good use for it. So, sorry, I just realized I've got paint on my scissors. All right. So, we've got our mat. We'll be using this in a few minutes. Set that to the side. And we need a pen. Anything that'll write on the felt and not disappear. You don't want it to disappear. So we are starting a good level with you. I'm not sure how this one's going to turn out. I'm really unsure. Bob does something really strange with this one. First of all, it's a black canvas. We're doing a white canvas. For what he does on this one, it doesn't matter so much. Some of them, it matters a bit more. But this one was black gesso or black acrylic paint, whichever one he used. And then he put liquid clear over it. So because he did the liquid clear, the colors aren't going to change much. But in some of his black canvases, he has the black showing through and makes it part of the piece. This one, he does not. Not really. It kind of plays in to the sky a little bit, but he does something very strange with the sky. And I sat here and watched through him doing the sky like 3 times, kind of befuddled because I wasn't sure how I was going to approach this. Ours is going to look different than his today. Number one, he's doing an oval, we're doing a square. That's not a big deal, but it will look a little different. Number two, how I'm going to do the sky is going to be a bit different than how he's doing the sky, because paint blends a lot differently than fiber. So, we're gonna try. I don't want to claim defeat. We're gonna try. It's gonna be more of a pastel-y sky, which I guess kind of fits coming into Easter, and springtime. But, it's going to look a bit different than Bob's. So I do apologize, but we're going to work with what we have. And my lack of confidence and my so-so abilities on this to try to get this to turn into something. So for those that want to see the tutorial in full, we are going to pin the link to it in chat. And that will be there for anybody that wants to go see it. I'll make sure that the correct link is on the archive of the video when we send it over to YouTube as well. It's the 8th tutorial of season 31 of The Joy of Painting that we are going to be following along with. Called Trails End. I do like to give myself a bit of a border just in case, because sometimes the different thicknesses of felt will shrink in more than others. I mean, I don't know. We could kind of try to make this work over here. But I think today we'll go over here. So I just want to make sure my pen is working. And this is just a decent way for me to use up this craft felt that wasn't quite desirable enough for the other projects that we have done so far. And I'm like, what am I going to do with this? Because I liked the other felt better. But the thinner felt is working out better for the magnets, because then I can get the frame on there without too much trouble. So I'm tracing the base of our magnet because I don't want this to be bigger than this. Sometimes we go over the lines and it gets a little distorted, but then I only have to trim off just a little bit from the edges, and that's okay. That's all right. He has quite a good amount of real estate on his sky, from what I saw here. That kind of looks straight. I am going to put in a horizon line so I know when to stop and to try to keep me somewhat straight. That looks kind of straight. Alright. So these guys I'm going to put to the side until later. We probably won't need them again until next week, but we'll see. Now, the tape is optional. Extremely, extremely optional. I use it as a backup for if I lose my lines and I can't see them. And I kind of put it just on the outside of my lines, so that way I don't accidentally short myself. But, you know, sometimes I will go right up to the line and then I lose sight of the line. This is just a me thing. Again, completely optional. It doesn't really do much for keeping the edges from distorting and getting pulled in. I had thought it helped at one point, but no, it doesn't really. After trial and error with a couple different thicknesses of felt. The thickness of... oh, that is crooked. Or is it not? I don't think it's crooked enough to matter. Put it that way. It is so faint. And it might not actually be crooked. My head that's tilted, so... looking at this... no, I think we're fine. Alright. So again, I just use that as a secondary guideline, or if I lose my way. But as we go, if you do add the tape, you'll notice that the tape will start to bubble up and like get scrunchy, because as we needle felt in here, the fiber of our base felt, because it's a thinner felt, it pulls in, so it's going to pull in, and then this is going to like get buckly and stuff. So that's why I have two ways to make sure I know where my edges need to be, just so I don't waste a bunch of yarn and we try to stay close to our finished size so I don't have to trim off too much. I don't know if I'm gonna... Do I want to save this? I mean, we might be able to get one more out of that. I don't normally like using white as my background, but at the same time, I kind of want to get some materials used up from my extra stash here. Right? I put that to the side. When I'm done working on the tissue paper project, I'm probably going to be making some more of these magnet guys off stream. What am I looking for? I need my cup. Alright, so we need a little bit of water. Water is optional. I want water. It's probably too much. I can always give myself more. Sometimes the fiber can be a little unruly, and it just like a drop. We don't want to saturate it. That's wet felting, and that's another animal altogether. But just a drop on my palm can sometimes give me enough friction to get it to cooperate. So let me release our beast here from its containment. This handle came with my toolkit, so you can buy them separately. I do recommend it because that needle's kind of hard to hold on to without it for a long period of time. Okay, so let's go ahead. We'll start the tutorial and you guys will kind of see what I mean with the sky. It's very strange. Now, I could attempt to do the oval on here, but then I don't know what to fill the background with, and we're already working so small. If we were working a little bit bigger, like if we're working like maybe the 5 inches or something, maybe like 6, I would attempt to do the oval. But in this case, I kind of just want to leave it square because this is 3 inches by 3 inches. It's hard to tell the size on the camera here. So he made some like purple shades and kind of dove in on top of this. And I'm like, oh, okay. So he kind of has like some lavender background, and this kind of feels more like he's throwing clouds in without the background being all that visible. And now this is kind of like a weird pastel-y like blue color, and I really didn't have a blue that I could justify in there for that. Sky blue was a little too light and cornflower was a little too bright. And I'm like, oh, what am I going to do with this? So he kind of keeps adding that in. And he's playing around with it back and forth, right? And then he's like adding a little bit more of the darker lavender. And then he's adding a little bit of titanium white to kind of mix that in. This almost feels like a stormy fall sky, where it's just like a bunch of like weird ass looking clouds. Then he goes into yellow ochre, and I'm like, what? And he mixes some white into it. So he's kind of got like this pale mustardy color, and I'm like, what? So I guess it's kind of supposed to be like sun filtering through the clouds, and you can't see much of the sky. This is kind of what I think we're doing here. And it's kind of strange because it's just that area. Um, and then he kind of adds a little bit more titanium to it, or he just grabbed straight titanium and kind of mixed it in. And I'm kind of like, what are we doing? Because this is going to be a difficult one because the colors, they're just not going to blend like paint. So I think what we're going to do, because like you can kind of see the black in the background, but not fully. This is giving me like so fall storm seasons, like fall severe storm season vibes for this area. Just kind of fitting because we're supposed to have storms all week. By the way, if stream doesn't happen tomorrow, it's because the power's out. Because we're supposed to have a chance of severe storms early morning. I'll try to let you guys know on Blue Sky if it comes to that. Because the husband might be able to hook up his hotspot for me to let you guys know. But see, like, you don't even really see much of the lavender at this point. So, and the black in the sky is like kind of non-existent. So that's why I'm okay without doing black on the full sky. Then he grabbed alizarin crimson and he started adding like this magenta-y color, and I'm like, Bob, WTF? So I don't know how I'm gonna make that happen. So this is kind of what we're working with. So what I'm gonna do, because my husband's like, we'll skip it if it's gonna be this much of a pain. I'm like, yeah, but I don't wanna. I feel like I'm just giving up because it's gonna be difficult. And I want to at least attempt to give it a fair shake. So I think we're gonna take this vintage heather and we're gonna cover the background of our sky in this. Now, I did have a dusty lilac, which was a little more to the blue side, but then when I grabbed the magenta-y color, it didn't look right on the blue. This felt like it was maybe more to the red. So that's why I went with this color. You guys can make up your mind what you want to do. If you even want to attempt this one. Let's get our finger protectors on, because the last thing I need right now is for an accident. Because life's trying to go sideways. Yet again. And mentally I just can't handle much more, so... we're gonna make this our base sky color. It's probably gonna be kind of strange, but so be it. This is just what we're gonna do. And just because this is going to be my approach, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be your approach if you're going to attempt to do the same thing. By all means, if you attempt to do the same thing, let me know on Blue Sky. Feel free to tag me. I'd love to see it. Love to see people's different approaches. Maybe we can learn some things from each other. So we'll get this guy. Convert into here. Don't you be rolling away. And because I'm on the fabric mat, I am going to be pulling the project up every so often just to make sure we're not getting too attached. I do need to fluff more of this color. I have to find it in my yarn bins, which could be quite the endeavor that I'm not looking forward to. Really not looking forward to that. I have no idea where it is. Because I rearranged the bins, this one particular brand of yarn, I am using acrylic yarn instead of roving. The color selection was better, in my opinion, in my area. And I know the internet's a thing, and I did order all my yarn on the internet because sales. If the price is right, then, you know, sure, why not? Like I'm not staying loyal to any one specific store, although if somebody wants to talk deals, feel free to email me. But the roving prices were just so expensive. And I get it. You know, I get it. It has to be sheared and all that and cleaned and dyed, and I understand it. It's just it's out of my budget. Acrylic yarn you can get some decent deals on. At one point I was buying huge, not huge, but you know, decent sized skeins from Joann's for $1.99 at one point when they were like on doorbuster deals for big value twist at one point. Or big twist value, excuse me. I didn't particularly enjoy the ordering process from Joann's and how it shipped, but that won't be an issue for much longer. But I've ordered from Lovecraft. I preferred ordering from Lovecraft so far, but they've the price has gone like way up on the yarn I was getting. I did get it a bunch on sale at one point of the paint box Simply Chunky. I think it was under $3. It was like two and change for like their smaller balls of it, but it was chunky, so I was like, well, you know, the strands are a little bit thicker, so maybe it won't be so bad. And I am getting decent mileage out of those. However, the price is now like almost $5. I think it's like 4 and change now. So essentially, $5 a small skein now, and you know, fair, but that's getting a little out of budget. I'm probably going to try Michael's Loops and Threads when I run out of yarn, or as I run out of color. Try to find a comparable color. They've got their Impeccable line, which is a little more. That's like I've seen it on sale. It's currently on sale for like 3 and change for a skein. But their Soft Classics line in the Loops and Threads is currently on sale for under $3 before tax a skein. Now there's more shades in the Impeccable line, than the soft classics, but the soft classics had more of the how to say this. I'm gonna call it more of the standard colors, like more of your typical like greens and blues, and the impeccable lines seem to have more of what I'm gonna call your exotic colors, which seem to be like shades of the standard colors kind of. And that's fine. But I might try their classic line on that, or soft classics, excuse me, when I need to get yarn again. I'm probably not going to need yarn for a while. Unless I can really get to turning these out quickly. I can do one of these in about probably 8 to 9 hours. At least that's roughly what it is when we're streaming it. I might be able to get it done a little bit faster off stream. Probably not too much faster, but probably a little faster. But right now, I'm busy on non-stream days working on my tissue paper project. I'm gonna say I'm probably maybe a third of the way done. I don't want to say I'm half done. Because it really kind of depends on how the rest of it decides to go. Because, can't tell if that's just a light spot in the yarn or if that's a thin spot. It could kind of go either way. I think I'm gonna call it a thin spot. I've just started the water. And the water's not terribly complicated, but it does take me time to reevaluate as I'm going what colors I have placed where for how I'm doing it. So we're gonna see how that goes. And even though I'm technically done the sky, I still have to put the palm trees in. That's what those two big gray swaths are on either side that are kind of framing the sunset. Those are going to be palm trees. And I'm doing them last because I wanted the fronds to sit on top of the sunset. And I wanted the trunk to sit on top of the water, so I kind of need to do the water first. And I think I'm just going to do the trees just last. I think it's just going to be easier. But that being said, I still have to finish the water. And the flamingos. And the beach. And the rocks. So I think I'm really only like maybe halfway done. And I think the beach is just one color. Okay, yeah, that probably was a thin spot because that filled in pretty good there. Okay. Set that to the side of there. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna... I've got some fluff bags that I definitely need to refill. But I also have to find the time to refill them. Might have to do that one night instead of doing some video editing. I didn't really get any video editing done last night. Life was being stupid, so I didn't get any done this morning. Didn't really get much more tissue paper prepped either. Kind of my fault, but anxiety, man. I decided to take over last night. And then I was just struggling to keep from my brain shutting down entirely, so I'm just like, no. So, in the wee hours again, we have a chance of severe weather. Technically tonight into tomorrow, like, technically it will be tomorrow. It'll just be very, very early in the morning, so like 4 a.m. to noonish. Maybe 2 p.m. They're talking we could have severe storms. They're basically saying we have chances of thunderstorms tomorrow through Saturday. I'm like, oh good. Oh good. I'm like, you guys are gonna change this, right? Every day is like 80 to 90% chance, and I'm like, you guys are gonna adjust this, right? Like you're totally going to, right? We'll see. So it's gonna be a tired day tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna try to go to bed early tonight and just try to see what time they expect the storms to start rolling in and just get up. I don't know. I have trouble sleeping a lot of the time though, so I don't know if that's actually a viable thing. Kind of depends on a few different factors here. We'll see. They said wind and hail is more likely, but they couldn't rule out the possibility of tornadoes. So I'm like, oh good. It is our spring severe season, so it's not exactly unusual. I'm just not a huge fan of this. We so rarely got tornado warnings in South Jersey. Like, we'd be under a tornado watch here and there, but we so rarely got an actual tornado warning. So, I grew up there, was born there. I only remember being specifically, now I'm sure other parts of South Jersey had tornado warnings before. But I specifically, in the area of South Jersey I was in, which was Atlantic County, just outside of Atlantic City, I only remember being in like one tornado warning specifically. And that was when Hurricane Sandy came in. So, that was definitely an extreme situation with the hurricane, and that was a pretty wicked hurricane as well. I mean, and it wasn't unusual for a landfalling hurricane to spawn tornadoes, but I really only remember being in one up there specifically. Sorry, I am trying to dab in different areas of the mat at times. So right now I'm just kind of hanging in this bottom corner. I'll probably move over a little bit more towards the center of this side soon. So I don't know. I was like, maybe we'll just go with this color. Yeah, so I'm not a pro at handling the tornado warnings, but hey, at least in South Jersey, in the house that we were at, we had a basement. We don't have one here. And I really think it should be a law that any new homes built in this area should have a tornado safe room built into the construction of the house. Just because they're becoming so much more, I don't want to say commonplace, and I don't want to say normal, but they're becoming more frequent, for sure. And it seems like they're becoming more destructive over time. And you would just think it would make sense for new houses being built to have them. I think there's a town in, shoot, I don't remember what city or what state it's in. It's one of 3 states, and I can't remember which state it is. It's either Kansas, Nebraska, or Oklahoma, and I can't remember which one it is, where their town was almost completely wiped off the map by a tornado. And when they rebuilt the homes, they like made it mandatory that every home had a storm shelter. Like, we have a storm shelter here in our town for the public. However, the public can only use it if it's outside of school hours because it's at one of the schools. So if school's in session, I think it's at our elementary school. So if school's in session, the public can't access it because they take the kids there. Which makes me wonder what they do with the kids in the other 2 schools. Unless they just stick them in the hallways, which doesn't seem quite right, but maybe they have their own tornado safe rooms in the schools, but they're not in an area that the public can access. What was that noise? Maybe it was a car horn. Wasn't sure if one of the animals had made a noise. So I don't know what they do in the other schools. But the one at the elementary school is like a FEMA shelter. I don't even know how big it is. We've never used it. We've just kind of, by the time we get the warning, we don't always have enough time to drive over there. And I don't want to leave the dogs And I don't know that that is a pet-friendly shelter. So I don't want to waste time driving over there if we're going to be turned away because of the dogs. And the storm shelter is usually locked. Sometimes when we're under tornado watch, the cops will go and unlock it preemptively. But if they haven't unlocked it yet and we get a tornado warning, there's like a phone number you have to call to get a passcode to a key box. And then the key's on like a wire, and then so like people can't walk off with it. And then you have to use that set of keys to unlock the door. It just seems like you're wasting valuable take shelter time doing that. I mean, I personally think there should be a way for it to automatically unlock when a tornado warning's issued for the area. Or it should be mandatory unlock. I mean, they usually are pretty good about unlocking it when we get a tornado watch. Usually. But they do have instructions there. For some reason, it wasn't unlocked. But that's the only public shelter we have in town, which is kind of concerning. They're like more worried about putting in a new elementary school building. And I'm like, cool, but I think a tornado shelter, a larger tornado shelter that is accessible even during school hours for the public in this town would probably be better right now than this. Because you do have a building. And it is serving its purpose. And it's not like it's crumbling. And the one tornado shelter that there is attached to it. So I'm like, so what's going to happen to that tornado shelter if they build a new elementary school? Are they going to keep that shelter there and then it can be used outside of school hours for the town? I don't know if anybody's addressed that concern. We're supposed to be having a vote next month about a millage increase on property taxes or something to help pay for a new school, and a lot of people in town are like, no, that's gonna be a no from me. It is a car horn. Is it somebody waiting for someone next door? I don't know who's peeping.
I do not know. I don't see anything.
People like to beep at our neighbor's house when they're driving by, and I'm like, why? That's so pointless. By the time they figure out that somebody beeped and they go to look outside, you're long gone. People like their car horns around here. I've noticed. I just find it annoying because it's unnecessary. I'm like, why are you doing this? Did you stop and think about this? There's so many cars that look the same now. Unless there's like a sticker or something that you can definitely tell is your friend's car, they're not going to realize it's you that's beeping at them as you're driving by. Even if they are outside. So putting in sky can take a little bit, at least the base color of the sky. Because it's like a solid block of color. It takes a little bit longer. Not as long as when we did the 8x10 pieces, that's for sure. But it is going to take a minute. Probably a toasty minute to get that worked in there. Alright, I'm going to gently peel that up. So like you can see where the tape is trying to bubble up from the fiber moving around. Alright, I'm gonna move over on the mat just a little bit. Might be a thin spot in there. We'll figure that out in a minute. Alright, so drop of water on my palm. I like doing the little fluffy snakes. It's just a preference of mine. You don't have to. You can just lay your fiber down if you so choose. I find I don't have to do as many layers to cover thinner sections or whatever when I do it this way. Again, this is just personal preference. Most people, when they're using the roving, will just kind of lay it down flat and figure it out from there. I also try to overlap my fluff a little bit, just so I don't have any like weird seams try to pop up in between the sections of fluff that I have laid down. Again, up to you. At least the internet seems to be behaving fairly well for the most part. I am going to need to take a quick break here in just a minute, though, to swap out our laundry. See, that seems like it's a bit of a thin section in there in spots. Alright, so give me just one moment. Probably be like 2 or 3 minutes. I do apologize. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that, you guys. Laundry is not gonna do itself, unfortunately. Alright. So that is kind of a weird... Oh, wrong finger. Why is that not going on right? So we do have like a weird little line there. So we're gonna see what we can do about that. Yeah, sometimes it just slides around on my hand, so that's why I do a little bit, just a drop of water. And that usually helps with that. I mean, it's gone in pretty evenly for the most part. I do have a little tiny weirdness there. I'm gonna throw another piece on top of. And you'll get that sometimes. Just kind of need to fuss it until you're happy with it. And I don't know where the clouds are necessarily going to sit, so I want to put a little something something over that now, because it'll be easier to deal with it now than later. Trying to work in a patch when you've got the clouds in already is going to be a challenge that I just don't want to deal with at the moment. So we'll get this worked into here. And we'll get this popped into here. So I'm going to gently pop that up. Just kind of take a peek at where we're at. Alright. Yeah, I do want to put a little tiny bit up in there. Doesn't need to be very much. Just enough to kind of fill in. And I mean, cloud might cover that. It probably will cover it. But I'm just kind of making sure. Let's fix that. Right. So up in here, I've got a little bit of a strange kind of divot in there, so just gonna pop another piece kind of over that, because we can. Might as well. No rule saying we can't. So we'll go ahead and work this into there. Okay. And we'll get this put into here. Okay. We're gonna need to pull some more fluff and stuff on out of our pouch, our bag. If you will. After we get this piece worked into here. So, I mean, it hasn't been too terrible getting this bit of fluff worked in. We're gonna be real worried about the sky, though, here in a minute, but... I mean, we're not quite done putting the sky in, but... Or the base of the sky, shall we say. But it does take a little bit of time to get this stuff put together. Alright, so we've got a thin bit right in there. We just kind of missed it somehow, I guess. Okay. So like I said, our sky is definitely going to be different than Bob's is. But we're also not trying to do a specific to a T copy of Bob's. We're just kind of using Bob's guidance to help us come up with something similar. And he's kind of, you know, helping us work through an idea of how to do something that's maybe a little different. To help maybe spark inspiration down the road with something else that we might want to do. All right. Looks like this color was being a little fussy. I'm seeing like little chunks of yarn that didn't quite get brushed out properly. It looks like. All right. We're gonna start to work this guy in. And we'll see how successful we are at that. I mean, it'll go in. See, our tape's definitely getting displaced here. Just gonna keep trying to smooth it down so I don't lose my guidelines. But that's also why we drew them in and didn't just rely on the tape itself, or just rely on the pen, because sometimes the pen can get covered up and get distorted a little bit, and especially when I'm not finishing it all in one session, sometimes it can just kind of get rubbed away. And all that happy stuff. Now I'm not using a Sharpie, I just used a regular ballpoint pen. Nothing fancy. I don't know that I would recommend pencil. I'm not even sure if pencil would show up on the felt. But I've not really had a problem with the pen. Well, that's not true. I did have one piece where I had sketched in all of the major shapes in sections, and a lighter color yarn looked like it had picked up some of the pen, and it looked a little dirty in spots. But I just added some more fluff on top of it, and it eventually evened itself out. You alright?
Mm-hmm.
You're just standing there?
I just came in.
Oh. But that was just kind of a one-off. It's not like it happens every single time, and I might have been a little heavy-handed with the pen as well. And didn't realize it. You know, that happens. I am going to pull this tiny little knot of fluff. Oh, it wasn't so bad. If I can get it to let go, its friends here. Just because I wasn't sure how it was going to fluff, like felt. I didn't know if the needle was gonna hit it and it was gonna be weird or not. Alright, so that's another one that I'm just gonna kind of put over to the side. Like, I really don't want to snap another needle so soon. I'd like to at least get a little bit of mileage out of this one, if we can. Hope everybody's doing okay today. Hope you're having a better day than me, at least. I don't know. Husband suspects I might be autistic. Not sure if I actually am, but it doesn't take much for me to get upset about stuff. Don't know. Probably won't know for some time. Did you put the gate back up? Did you put the gate back up?
Yes.
Like, is your aunt sure she actually read the measurements correctly,
I
too?
bet she thought she did.
Because, you know, seeing a measurement in writing and then actually physically seeing that size are two different things for a lot of people. And she might have thought she was getting something bigger. It also depends on how that person measured the pan. They might have measured the inside diagonally. Or the outside handle to handle. Alright. Last load's in the washer. Okay. Alright. So, getting this put into here. Pepper's kind of mad at us today because he didn't get to go to where he wanted to go. I'm just gonna, that whole bit's kind of a mess there. This piece too. Oh man, this, I must have just been having a shit day or something, because that whole section of yarn's kind of messed up. I don't know that I need that much. Now see, over here my tape is like way off of my line, so I'm gonna have to pay attention to where the edge of stuff is sitting. Because we do have our frame pieces that are gonna like sit over top of it, so some of it's going to get cut off. So I kind of have to make sure that we don't have any major components just kind of sitting on the edge. I have to make sure I bring them over far enough so we can at least see they're there. Although it looks like in this one, when I looked at the end piece, it's like a single tree in the middle for the most part. That is the big point of this one. I might be wrong about that. I think this one was more about like this swirly, weird colored sky. And this tree that looks kind of dead on the finished piece of it. But that's just kind of looking at it in bits here and there. Like, I think there's the standard shrubbery. And this bottom section he fills in with just a brown color that he made. We're just gonna use a straight up brown because it's not gonna quite work that way with the fiber. it will just look like a striped mess of green and red. It'll look like a weird magenta Christmassy ground color, and that's okay. We don't need to get that crazy with following Bob. We'll just kind of look at what his end color is after he mixes his paint and try to pick out a yarn color that will work accordingly. So let's flatten that down a bit. Alright. So we're not doing too bad here. Hang now. Okay. So this is a little thin in there. So I'm going to fill that in. Might not use this full piece. Well, it's a small piece. Yeah, we probably will. Okay. So we'll work this guy in here. All right. So you can see how the sides are pulling in. That's why I'm not sure if I've got quite enough room on the other one. I mean, we probably do on that other scrap. I mean, I'd hate to waste it. I feel like we ought to be able to try to get one in there. So, again, you don't have to do the brushy down on the back. I just do it because it feels like the rest of it lays a little bit flatter. It's probably all an illusion. It doesn't really matter, but it's just something I've found helps or seems to help when I do it. Drop of water there off the end of my finger. Okay. So I'm going to try to stick with my horizon line that I worked into here. I went through all the trouble of putting in here. So I kind of want to keep it. I'm really not sure how much ground I really needed. We might have not been generous enough, but we'll figure it out. Okay, this is what ours is going to be. Now, again, I could have tried to do the oval thing. And like just filled in the edges with maybe like a white or maybe a gray or something, but then we would have been working even smaller And I already have a hard enough time trying to scale Bob's big big pieces down to a smaller size, so I didn't want to even go smaller. If you want to try to do it and have like the oval shape put in, that's fine. You are more than welcome to. And I was having a tough time with this section of yarn, wasn't I? Sometimes the yarn brushes out better than others. Or I just... Also, if you don't start at like the very bottom of your cut strands of yarn when you're doing your yarn prep, it can knot up and stuff, so that might have been what happened there. I don't know, it just kind of seemed like I was having a rough time there with that bit, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Alright. So, this guy, I think we will start to work in here. As best as we can. Like, we're probably going to need at least one more bit of this color coming the other direction. And then any sections that we need to patch up, we can fill those in. All right. Just want to make sure that we've gotten all of that tacked into there. All right. So, piece of cat hair. Probably cows. He likes to crawl all over my stuff. And he's the one with the most white on him. Alrighty. So there's the base of our sky. I kind of want to put our ground in before I do the clouds. Am I just stalling doing the clouds? Probably. But I kind of want to put that in so it's in. Kinda. Kinda, sorta. Alright, so that filled in pretty good. Alright. So let's hook that back in. I think the one we have next week has got a lot of purple in it too. So I might have to top off these purple bags sooner than later. Or not next week, the week after. I don't know. Maybe we'll do the sky. You know what? We do have to finish putting in the sky first. Okay. I also forgot to grab a color. Grab black. What do I want green? That color cream. No, I've got like a vanilla cream. Vanilla cream looks pretty similar to my banana cream. This is a lot more yellow though. I might end up using a combination of the two. I guess we'll grab the white. Alright. So I guess we'll start with the yellow. So he kind of has it like at the very top of the oval. So I'm kind of not sure. Do we just kind of put it in one area and kind of like work it down a little? I don't know. Like well, this one was kind of weird about being fluffed too. In spots. Okay. So I'm gonna try to like make a rounded fluffy. Like not a tight rounded fluffy, but just kind of try to get some like round movement in there. Maybe around in here. Alright, so I'm gonna turn this sideways a bit so I can kind of see. And we're trying to think clouds. So we want to think some fluffy cloud shapes. And I might have to bring this down a little bit further than I was originally going to, because we have our frame piece, right? So that's basically going to sit on the top edge, so we can't see any of what we just did. There's like barely a tiny bit peeking out there. In my clouds, I try to pull my fluff apart a little bit just so it's not too solid. All right. And it's okay if some of our purple decides to shine through in spots. I mean, it is cloud. So this bit of cloud, I guess, is supposed to be a little bit yellowy, to have like the sun kind of trying to play through it, or maybe the sun's like just above it, kind of out of the shot a little bit. Okay, so we've got that little bit there. So frame sits there. We can see a tiny little bit of it kind of like peeking down. I need to add a little bit more. I don't need to, but I want to. So he's kind of got it like kind of like a circular kind of bit of cloud kind of coming down. Now I have to make my area a little bit bigger too, because we're not using the oval, so we have more ground to fill as well. So I kind of want to try to keep that feel going a little bit. Sounded like somebody using a chainsaw. Kind of. Alright. I almost kind of want to take that a little bit up to kind of like go that way just a little bit. Just a little. I'm gonna have to add some more to that, obviously. Now, when we're all done, we're gonna trim up the back so it's not quite as thick. Like, it's okay if the middle's a bit thicker, but our edges where the frame's gonna sit, I need to be a little bit thinner. Just so that the frame will sit properly. We'll just kind of shape this guy. And I want to shape him out just a little bit more. Not quite happy with it. Like, I kind of want these two to be a little more connected than they are appearing to be. And I'm going to take a little bit more. And I think this to be a little bit more thinned out. To just kind of fill in that space just a little bit. But I'm okay with more purple coming through part of it. If it's even going to be visible after we get our frame in place, which it might not be. Okay. I think I want just a tiny bit more over here. A little bit thinner. Right there that I'm really looking for. All right. So ours is a little duller since I'm using this like banana cream color than Bob's. Bob's has a bit more of a punch of yellow, but I didn't want to go that punchy with the yellow because the other yellows I have are like really in your face yellow, and it didn't quite feel like it would work. Now I do have the mustard color, but the mustard colors I have are still very in your face. I don't really have like a dulled down version of it. So that kind of feels like it would be a little much too. All right. So let me put that color to the side. And then it kind of feels like maybe there's a little bit, let's see, how different. The cream's not a whole lot different than the banana cream. What is this? The vanilla cream. They're pretty similar. So I'm not sure if I'm going to accomplish much trying to work this in here, but we'll see. How we do. So I'm going to kind of lay this on the edge of that one. It might just look like a more spread out version of that. In which case, if it does, then I might just skip over to the next color, which it kind of does. Like, that just kind of blended in there. All right. Sometimes you just don't know until you get it worked in. Like, they don't look that similar in the bags. Like, there is a difference there. But on here, it's not really all that discernible, so... In that case, I'm going to grab a little bit of our white. And remember, we're thinking wispy cloud. And I'm going to try to layer that in kind of on top. Now it's going to take a little bit to build up our cloud shades, and that's fine. But the way I'm doing it, I kind of like, I don't want to go too hard too fast, you know, because then it's a little bit harder to undo. I mean, it's possible, but then we might end up pulling out the yellow too. And I think I'm okay with the yellow at the moment, so I don't want to necessarily do anything too drastic. Alright. So I'm just kind of trying to put in our layers of clouds here. So I still kind of need to try to work in our blue shaded clouds. And we'll get there. Right now I'm just kind of attempting to do this. Right, like, I could have skipped this one. I could have. But then I kind of felt like I was, you know, ducking away from a challenge. And then I was feeling kind of guilty about, well, yeah, I could, but like, I don't know how I'm going to do this. But at the same time, I still kind of wanted to attempt it, because I didn't necessarily think it was completely beyond us. I didn't know how to make this work. And again, in the end, this might not work. This might not be one of those ones that translates well into the needle felting. And that happens sometimes. Right? Like, it totally happens. Where you'll get some that look a lot better as paint than they do as fiber. At least with me doing them, put it that way. Sometimes I'm able to get it translated over if I'm having a good brain day. And sometimes it's just not translating well, where my brain's just like, I don't know what I'm doing with this. To which my response is, you and me both, brain. Hand and brain are just like, I don't know, man. And this is definitely one of those times. Alright, so I'm just kind of trying to ring this kind of, because this is mostly cloud. There's like a tiny little bit of sky in the corners. But not hardly any visible, so I'm just kind of trying to figure out some sort of something here. Now we'll probably have more sky visible in ours. Just saying. So don't be too shocked by that. We have a lot more sky to fill in at the top than Bob does, so. That's another challenge of this piece, is trying to translate it from oval back to square shape. So again, this is a challenge partially of our own doing with the change in the shape. So, but we're trying. We're trying. Right. So I think I'm gonna take this maybe like up towards maybe the corner here. This is a tough guy. I mean, it's not doing too bad. We're doing something. We'll see how things progress here. Like, I don't totally hate it yet, so we'll see. Again, I'm just making kind of like tiny little cloud wispy shapes. Just kind of slowly trying to get something put together here. And, you know, some clouds you can see sections of the sky coming through. And again, our sky is not quite the same as Bob's, and that's okay. Hello, look, how are you? So, I mean, we can kind of see our yellow in there, and hope you are doing well. It is an art day for us. And we are needle felting today. Working on one of our magnet pieces. Oh gosh, we've got fluff everywhere. Hopefully it's an okay day in your neck of the woods, in your area of the world. That might have been a little too much fluff there, but maybe not. So these are my finger protectors to try to keep me from injuring myself too badly, should I miss. Sometimes my fingers are more in the way than others. And it just helps lessen a potential injury, because this is a needle, it's very sharp, it's got notches cut into the sides of it. So you never know. I have missed and stabbed myself before. It's not the best feeling in the world. I have stabbed through these before. They're not that thick. It is possible. Because I've done it. But it's been like if I had pricked my needle, if I had pricked my finger with like a sewing needle, it's not too bad with these on. I have stabbed a finger when we were doing a creature that didn't have these on. And I kind of went a little bit sideways into my finger just under the skin. It wasn't too bad that particular time, but I totally suggest people wear the safety stuff because it could have been a lot worse. Because with the little notches on there, I don't know that if you go deep enough into your finger, if you really want to try to pull it back out, you might do more damage. And these needles have an L shape on the end of them. So you can't really push it all the way through either. Unless you're like able to cut it down here because it gets thicker. It's thin here and then gets thicker up here. We've got some sirens going by. I think it was an ambulance. Sorry about that. I don't know how much of that came through on my microphone. It looked like it blipped in one spot. But I don't know how much of it picked up. Okay. And we have this mat underneath so that the needle has something to stab into without breaking. Like, we really wouldn't be able to do it on the table itself. And the needle would most likely snap. But this gives us a little bit of a cushioned padding so we can get the layers of fiber woven together. And it weaves them together by these little notches in the needle. It grabs the layers of fiber and kind of like shoves them down in between each other and works them into the weave of our base fabric here. So this is dry needle felting, and as opposed to wet needle felting, or wet felting, I guess, would be the more proper term. We're doing dry felting. I have not tried the wet felting. That I might need to actually use roving for. This I am using acrylic yarn. I think I saw one video of one person doing wet felting at one point, and it was a bit of a mess. And definitely needed space to work. And I have a little bit of roving where I could try to do something with it, but I don't know. I think I'll just stick with what I got going. So that might involve using screens with how they were doing it. So like the water can drain off. And I don't really have the money to be getting into anything new at the moment. So, alright, I'm gonna take the bit of white that I have. I'm just gonna tuck that back in its bag for the moment. The next bit of cloud layer down here, he kind of has it almost coming to the horizon line, I guess. It's kind of bluish. I didn't really have a blue that looked like it was going to be the proper color that we needed. But I do have this like kind of pastel-y seafoam blue color. And I was like, well, I mean, maybe we can do something with this. So we're gonna need a bit of this. So I'm just taking some little sections of it, and then I'm gonna kind of roll it in my hand in kind of like a circular motion, in the hopes that the fibers kind of think cloudy thoughts. As silly as it sounds. Think cloudy shapes. That doesn't look too bad on there. We'll see how we feel as we get this worked in. This is a bit of a different one for him, since there seems to be just one main tree that's the final subject of the piece. Don't know how far we'll get today. I mean, we've still got like 2 hours of stream time. My headache's doing better than it was earlier, so we might be able to go for the full stream time today. Sometimes if you come at it on an angle with the needle, you can kind of move the fluff around a little bit. But we've also got quite a bit of cloud to work in here. So we'll see how things progress. So I'm probably going to have this bit of cloud be a little bit thicker in spots, since we've got like another layer of cloud kind of overlapping it, like up into here. It's very windy today. We might be having some icky weather overnight into tomorrow morning. So again, make sure you are following the Blue Sky account in case I have to delay the start of Planet Zoo tomorrow. I don't think we'll need to, but you never know. Our power doesn't normally go out in storms. Not usually. Unless something drastic has happened. And then it's like usually 2/3 of the town losing power. Which sounds a bit dramatic, but it has happened. But we're part of the main line that goes through town, so when it does go out, we usually get it back fairly quickly. Usually. But like if it's tornado damage, then who knows how long it'll come back, and they are saying that it is a slight possibility. But it seems like whenever they kind of downplay the tornado chance for our area. It's usually when we get one. I don't think they were the tornado we had back on Halloween, so the end of October. There was a storm coming out of Oklahoma that it had a tornado warning on it. And then the weather service dropped the warning for some reason. And a couple of I was watching two different weather people. Well, actually three. I was watching three different channels. I was watching two different Facebook lives, and then I had somebody else on YouTube that I was watching. And the one weather guy was like, "Oh, good, they dropped it." And then the other people were like, "I don't know. I don't know why they dropped that." He's like, I don't know what they're doing. Maybe they're seeing something that we're not. He goes, "I don't think I would have dropped that yet." He goes, "I don't think this is done." And not 5 minutes later, as it was coming into the city next to us, they suddenly threw the warning back on it, and everybody was like, "See, man, I told you." And then if I hadn't been awake, we wouldn't have known, because we've signed up for like the weather warning phone calls that go out for our town. Like if your address falls within the weather warning, you get a phone call. There were people that got tornado damage from that storm who were definitely in the path of it in the town that never got the phone call that there was even a tornado warning. And it was like 1 a.m. or something. It was late. And a lot of people had gone to bed. And some of them were only relying on the weather warning call service that they had signed up for. And a lot of towns use it. But for some reason, I think only like a handful of people got the phone call, and nobody else did that was in the warning that got damaged, which was very peculiar, because a good chunk of people were in the warning. We were in the warning, our address was. And we were in the polygon, and we didn't get the phone call. We only knew because I was watching the weather broadcasts, because I have real bad storm anxiety. And our power did go out, and it was out till like 4 or 5 in the morning. So it was out for several hours before we knew what had happened. And it did go through part of town, and it did do quite a bit of damage. So there was a lot of people, understandably so, very upset that they didn't get the phone call. And a lot of people were posting on Facebook, did anybody else get this phone call? And a lot of people were like, "No, we didn't." And then some people were getting uppity with the mayor of the town, be like, "Hey, we don't have tornado sirens anymore in our town." Because you can't really hear them when you're inside anyway. And they're more for people that are outside that may not be near a weather radio or what have you, that know what's going on. Number one. Number two, the town just, I guess, didn't want to go through the expense of trying to maintain a system that's starting to kind of become outdated with the way everybody has cell phones and they can get weather alerts on their phones and whatnot now. So a lot of towns are starting to phase them out in our area. But so they went to this system, and the mayor's like, I don't know why the phone calls didn't go out. He goes, but I am going to be on the phone with them trying to get to the bottom of this. And he goes, and we'll also be looking at other options that we can provide for you guys. But when that happened, we got a couple other weather alert apps that we picked up that were free, because we're like, no, we can't be having this, because what if we're both asleep? We had a weather radio at one point, but the last one we had, it kept saying low battery, and it kept chirping low battery, but we didn't have a battery in it, or we kept replacing the battery and it still wasn't being cooperative, and we kind of had a little bit of trouble getting it programmed. So we're like, you know what, we'll just stick with the weather app, the weather alerts going to his cell phone. And when the tornado warning comes through on his cell phone, it is loud. It is so very loud. For severe thunderstorm warnings, they just kind of text him. But like immediate danger tornado warning was a loud blaring emergency signal going to his phone. Now we did get the weather phone call to our house phone on the severe thunderstorm that came through the other morning at like 4 a.m.-ish. That I thought I was gonna have to get up for, but I grabbed my Kindle and popped up YouTube. And they're like, it's just for hail and winds, and they're like, the storms are kind of falling apart anyway, and they're like, the storms are struggling, the storms outran the cold front or something, so it wasn't as bad as the models were saying it could have been. And I'm glad that we didn't get the level of severe weather that they thought our area could. But at the same time, I'm like, you guys are like upsetting a lot of people by like, oh yeah, it's gonna be bad, we're gonna have this, and this. And then most of the viewing area doesn't get it. I'm like, a lot of people are gonna stop listening to you because it almost feels like crying wolf. Now, I'm glad we didn't get it, but a lot of the models they've been using have been kind of overestimating the potential icky stuff for us. And I'm glad we didn't get it, don't get me wrong. Places to the east of us got hit pretty hard on Sunday. And I was like, oof, I feel bad for them, but I'm glad we are not dealing with that, because some places were having like tornado warning after tornado warning. So I was definitely happy we weren't dealing with that mess. But it's like, guys, people aren't gonna listen to you or take you that seriously. The models keep overestimating, and you're like, oh yeah, it's gonna be a doozy. So we'll see what comes to be from the storms overnight tonight into tomorrow. They're kind of downplaying the tornado chance for us, but kind of makes me want to try to pay attention to it a little bit more. All right, so I want to darken up my clouds here for this shade. At least in some spots, right? Don't really want this one to be quite so see-through in all of it. But we also kind of need to extend this over quite a bit. So we're just kind of working on getting these blue clouds kind of figured out here. And I'm probably going to line the top of it with a little bit of our white. Alright, I was kind of hoping to try to get this guy a little more put together. Not sure if it really worked all that well. Maybe a little bit. Because, like, I don't want to layer it up that thick like we did on the sky in all of the spots, but I do need it a little bit thicker. Or I think I would like it a little bit thicker. Let's put it that way. Alright. So, I mean, we could go a little bit thicker, a little bit faster, but at the same time, I don't want to overdo it. Not what I'm looking to do. So I don't have to be right up on the very edge with this color necessarily because of our picture frame that we're gonna build around this guy. Alright, so if we take this guy and we kind of like lay that in there, so that'll kind of hide the very edge, right? So we don't have to be super perfect on the very edge of that. Alright. Now I do kind of want to bring this down to the horizon line, I think, because he's kind of got that right up to the horizon line edge there. So that's what we'll do now. Our horizon line, our pen line, might become a little bit more visible there. I'm okay with that because we still have to put our ground in. I was originally going to put the ground in first, but then I remembered that we're going to take some of that ground color and do some like shrubbery sticking up in the background. So, probably better that we do this first then. Sorry, I keep not getting my hand fully in frame. Sometimes I've got the camera in a slightly different position. I don't have it in quite the same position today, just so my head doesn't wind up blocking most of the shot. Bless you. Bless you. Alright, sorry about that. My Kindle froze a long time ago, and I don't know why. Like the video froze. To like an image from 2 hours ago. The rest of the stream didn't, but that did. Fascinating. Alright. I have the chat on my Kindle. Just in case I don't see it pop up on the one screen, the movement to my side on the screen might catch my attention as chat is chatting. Sometimes it helps. It's more helpful when I have stream avatars going and the flamingos sound off when someone's talking. But I don't run stream avatars when we are arting. Because a lot of times I will reuse the live stream and turn it into a time lapse that's sped up on our larger projects. And that's going to be kind of weird to have stream avatars overlaying everything that we're doing. Alright, so this guy I'm going to kind of pop up to here. So like most of this is going to be covered up by our blue clouds, I think. I think that's what we're going to do. Seems like a plan. I don't know if it's a good plan or not, but what our plan is gonna be. Alright, probably about time that we rotated the mat here. trying to get the wear and tear on this one as even as we can. So I don't know when I'm gonna be able to replace this mat again. I don't need to replace it anytime soon. And I still have our other mat that we were using. I'm gonna save that one for critters because that one's all kind of like Franken mat at this point because of all the lumps and bumps and valleys and everything that have developed on that one. We got about a year and a couple of months out of that mat. Now, supposedly you can wash it, but we have an agitator in the middle of our washing machine and I don't know. I think it's just going to destroy it. And at this point, I have this mat now, so I don't think I'm going to bother washing the other one to see if it will get all of the crevices out. It might just scrunch it all up into a larger ball. So I'm just like, you know what? It's okay. It's okay. 30 bucks for a year's worth of stabbing that we put it through. Not bad, because we did put it through its paces. Since we weren't doing the tiny little critters, we were doing full-on landscapes. It seemed to hold up fairly well, I think. So again, ours is going to look a bit different than Bob's. Number one, it's different shape than Bob's, since he went with an oval shape on this one. And he's got a black background that he threw on some liquid clear on top of. So the liquid clear doesn't lighten any of the paint. It just makes it so the paint will slide around and blend a bit better. So the paint was more true to its color on the palette when he mixed it. And some of the colors that I think he's got in the sky were a little bit transparent, so they made them toned down a little bit more. And he's got a whole weird mess of purple shades going on in there. And he's got that yellow weirdness at the top. We're trying to kind of get ours to look a little bit similar. It's probably not going to look anything like his as far as the sky is considered. But, you know, we're doing what we can with what we got. I didn't have any shades that were quite the same as what he was working with, and I didn't want to do a black sky and then try to put the clouds down on top of it. I think that was going to be too thick for our frame on our magnet to really work out super well. So, kind of trying it this way, just to kind of see how it goes. So at the moment, I'm kind of trying to build up our bluish clouds. His clouds were a little bit darker blue. I didn't really have a blue that was gonna quite work. I mean, I had like our light denim color that should be up there somewhere on my fluff wall, but I'm suddenly not seeing it, so I don't know where it is. But that's kind of my go-to that I use for water a lot. And I just wasn't quite sure it was gonna look right as a cloud color. Like, to be perfectly honest, the cloud color here almost has like a greenish tint to it in that blue. He didn't add any green to it, but it just kind of feels a little slightly greenish in spots to me. Or maybe like a vague tealy kind of undertone to it. This was probably the closest I have that was gonna look right. And he used yellow ochre, which is similar to my mustard color yarn that I've got, but then he added white to it. And I don't really have like a lighter mustard color. So I kind of had to go with this like really pale yellow that I did have. And we kind of hoped for the best on that. Okay. So I'm kind of trying to keep up with my circular cloud motion kind of situation and trying to shape our bits of fluff here for popping these guys in. And I still want to thicken up some parts of our clouds here. Because some sections are just a little too thin still. Like out here in the middle can be a little bit thicker, that's fine. Because the middle doesn't have the frame sitting on top of it. Okay. Let's see if we can, if the water will help with this one. It might not. I feel like I'm just making a bigger tangled mess here. Might have been a little bit better if it was a little bit smaller of an amount of fluff in my hand, but we'll see. And you know, you can do your clouds however you want to do your clouds. I mean, the way I'm doing them is a little bit slower, quite a bit slower. But I also kind of just want to see how they decide to lay in and come together. So I'm just kind of letting them do their cloud thing here as we go. And I'm trying to take a step back and look at it as I go, take a breath, just so I don't get quite so tunnel visioned or head in the sand, and like I don't want to necessarily overwork a section and lose some of my see-throughness in spots. But I don't really need it to be see-through through all of it. So just kind of laying in my little cloudy bits here. Again, if you want your cloudy bits thicker, go for it. You could make them as thick as the sky in spots if you really want to. I've just found I kind of like doing it this way a little bit better. I kind of like taking my time and building up my cloud layer and color a little bit more slowly. Just kind of checking out the effect that I'm getting. All right. Just kind of add into it where I think it needs a little bit more. As we go. Okay. Sorry, I've got a loose hair touching me. It's like dragging across my shoulder. It was annoying. And of course, now I can't find it, but it keeps touching me. And you can stab through it as much or as little as you want. I would say just make sure that, you know, you've stabbed through it enough to make sure it's attached. But, you know, the more you stab at it, at times the more will get worked in. So when you're working with like the little smaller bits of fluff, it might look a little more stringy as you go. Oh, 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. I forgot to change the cycle on the washer. And didn't remember till right now. The washer's already done. So I was in a panic to make sure that the stuff that did get washed wasn't ruined before we went and threw it in the dryer. My brain is melted because of the other nonsense going on for us right now, and just kind of like last night I had like a final straw moment and my brain's just like, no. I'm like, no, we can't shut down. We need to keep going. And brain's like, no, I don't want to. I really don't want to. And I'm like, no, we have to. That's not an option. All right. What really is frustrating is that a lot of the days where we have the severe weather is our night that we put recycling out. And I've got so much recycling in this house. And it's like climbing up the one wall in our kitchen. And I'm like, great. So I had to take some trash bags and kind of pull a lot of the recycling out of our recycling containers that we have in the kitchen and kind of put it in the trash bags and throw them in our laundry room for the time being. Because I can't put the recycling out. Are you trying to take somebody out?
No, I was just giving them some leftover nug.
Oh. Okay. I keep getting pop-ups about a new camera hub available, new camera software update, and I'm like, well, not right now. I'm busy. I might just hit skip this version. So I don't know it's anything that I'm really needing for this camera. And the camera's behaving at the moment, knock on fake wood. So it seemed like the thing that was giving me so much trouble before was maybe that USB card going bad that we had added to it. I didn't have enough USB slots. Because since we've switched it out, husband had a second one in another PC that we weren't currently using, his old PC. He's like, you know what, I have another one of these cards. And I'm like, you do? He goes, yeah, they're not that expensive though if we need to get a brand new one. So he grabbed that one because we didn't need it in that PC specifically anymore. We're just kind of using it as an emergency backup since that one's like barely holding on. And we popped that in, and so far we've been good. Which is good, because I was really mad that I ended up with a rather expensive paperweight for a little bit. I was big mad that I had to go back to my less expensive camera. And there's nothing wrong with having a less expensive camera. Let me get that straight. It's just that particular camera was like bottom of the barrel one that I had started using, and the color was never balanced right on it. It struggles terribly with it, and I'm still using that camera to record the tissue paper project, and I keep forgetting that even though I turn autofocus off, it keeps going back on. So I don't know how blurry the camera footage is going to be from that one, and one particular day of footage just looks so orange, and I don't know why. I think it's based off of where the camera was positioned, because that's the only day of recording that it looks so orange, and I don't know if I can fix it when I go to start editing that. That mess of video might take me 6 months to edit. I'm not looking forward to editing that. I was thinking, oh yeah, I'll start editing that and putting that up on the channel in March. No. That didn't happen. I'm still going to put it up. It's just going to be a lot later before I can get around to editing it. I also kind of figured I would be done that tissue paper piece by now. Surprise, we are long from done. But for some reason, my silly brain is like, oh no, we'll be done this in no time. Oh, how wrong we are. Now, if I had spent more time working on it while I was still in the other room, then I might be closer to being done. But once it got to be like 3 o'clock, 3:30 in the afternoon, I stopped because I had to go make dinner. And that involved packing everything up. And then after dinner, I was kind of like just tired. So I would just be sitting here trying to get some editing done. And on the other stuff that I still need to put up on the channel, and doing prep for the tissue paper project at the same time, because I've managed to teach, sounds so sad, I've managed to teach my left hand how to twist the my left hand is the dumb one. I've managed to teach the left hand how to twist the tissue paper one-handed, so that I can be twisting the tissue paper in my left hand and editing video with my right hand. Sometimes that means I don't get as far editing the video, but at the same time, kind of not, because it's very hard for me to focus on just editing video because it gets so monotonous, and then like after 20 minutes I'm like, I'm bored, and then I start like drifting towards remembering stuff that I wanted to look up, and then I start looking that up, and then I'm like, wait, I'm supposed to be video editing. I can do this later. So the water is going to take me a little bit longer than I had necessarily anticipated, but that's not necessarily a terrible thing. There are going to be some weird ass angles of me working on that on video though, because I have to keep rotating the canvas into a position where I can reach it, because the one side of the table I'm working at I can't access because it's up against the stand that our crab tank is still sitting on. So, and we're pretty sure those crabs have passed. We just we still have the tank up. Mostly because we really don't want to have to try to find room in our shed to put the tank back in. But we decided our neighbor, I think, is having a yard sale next month. And so we're gonna stick some stuff out there. We're gonna stick that tank. We might stick the smaller tank out there too, because this tank's a 50-gallon, and I have a 29-gallon too in our shed, and those aren't going to move with us if we do end up moving. We don't want to try to worry about those transporting without shattering, because they most likely will shatter. Because we'd be like getting a pod or a U-Haul, U-Pack thing, a moving pod of some description, because we have the car now, and I don't drive, so, and he's certainly not going to want to tow the car behind the trailer, behind the U-Haul. That's a bit much. That's a little too nerve-wracking for us to be doing. I'd rather hire a moving company or get one of the pod things and just pack it ourselves and have it shipped to where it needs to go. But we don't, like, as much as it burns my ass to get rid of it, because it was expensive, there's no point in holding on to it because we're not going to need it. Because if he does get his bearded dragon, he wants a entirely different setup for it. He wants something that has doors that open out so that he can clean it easier.
That would have a hell of a time doing the cleaning necessary.
But having doors that open out, can't the bearded dragon escape while you're cleaning?
No. Well, okay. In theory, yes, if I pay no attention to it and leave it sitting open, but it's not going to be like the crabs where I just leave it open and wander off. Like, the cleaning I'm going to have to do is different.
Or, like, do we need to get, like, a little 5-gallon tank that you can contain him while you're cleaning?
It depends on if he needs it. He should be fine. She, whatever.
I mean, you're gonna have to handle them pretty regularly.
Yeah.
What are you fussing with?
Oh, I accidentally put my thing in the wrong way. My stand.
Oh, I thought that was broken.
It is. I had to put it back in, and I put it back in the wrong way, and now it's stuck.
If it's broken, I'm surprised you put it back on.
It's still useful at times.
You know you still have the little green stand over there, right?
Yeah. Come with Snuffles.
Oh?
She's sitting at the window.
Yeah, she didn't go potty when you took Zuzu out, so... Alright, that's probably good enough for that. I need... I need I'm gonna grab a little bit more of the white because it kind of feels like the top of our clouds are kind of capped in some white fluff here. Kind of layered in here. Like just a different layer of cloud kind of hanging out on top here. All right. So this sky has been kind of intricate. Again, doesn't really look anything like Bob's, but it's not, like, I don't necessarily hate it. It is different. It is very different. Don't think I quite hate it. It kind of feels like it's more like a mountainy kind of feel to it than anything. Oh, that's a little thick though. That white is very glaring on the camera. It's actually not that bad in person. But we also see art differently. Then, like, everybody's gonna see things differently. Similar, probably, but differently. Alright, so just kind of add in a little bit more of our white fluffy bits here. This white, man. It's just wanting to cling to us here today. Alright, so this guy. That was probably a little small. Alright, so I'm just kind of trying to get a little bit of this worked in around the top of our bluish clouds here. Okay. So, oh, this is very thick. Oh my goodness. We've got so many layers of fluff in here. I can feel how thick that guy is right there in the middle. At least it's in the middle, and I don't think it'll affect our, excuse me, our picture frame too much, though I do have a second idea for making a frame. Should we need to? If the edges don't want to quite cooperate. So we'll get a bit more of this guy. Did she go potty?
Yeah.
Alright. This kind of worked into here. And then I'll probably, I might add a little bit more over here. Alright. This is just going to be a lot of fussing back and forth until you're quite happy with it. Essentially. I don't know. I don't know. So I'm going to add some more to that. Maybe just a little, because I'm looking at it at a different angle in the camera than I am, like, from where I'm sitting, it's slightly on an angle. I'm kind of like looking up this way, but the camera's looking straight down at it. Maybe add a little bit more on this color. Around in here. Maybe we'll kind of join these two, or at least bring them a little bit closer. I don't know. That might be okay. You know what? There's one more spot that I just want to revisit here. Kind of like up into here. Just kind of want to connect the two of those just a little bit. Not dramatically, just barely. That one's kind of a little more see-through than I really want it to be. Right here. And then we might be... Nope, I lied. One more spot. One more tiny spot, because it kind of showed up in between the two as we were working in the other bit. Alright, that might be a little bit better there. Alright, that's not too bad. It's kind of like white capping those clouds there. Now he adds in just the faintest amount of alizarin crimson into these clouds, and I don't know, man. I don't know if I can... It's just gonna look like weird. It's kind of like... Like, I don't know that this is really gonna necessarily look right. Oh gosh, that looks... That's too much. Even if I went with a lighter pink, I don't know that it would necessarily look right. I pulled out some of the white. Okay, so we're gonna omit that tiny little bit of alizarin, but I'm gonna come back in with our... You know what? Maybe if we grab the cream and lay a little bit of that. Not much. Just a little bit. Because then it'll kind of like pick up a little bit of our yellow in through here, maybe. Or is that gonna look a little too... a little too green in that spot? At least I think I can cover up the little strands of raspberry that ended up in there. That, yeah, no, that was not a good call. I was really on the fence about even trying to add that to begin with. Now see, when we've got the cream alone and it's not right up on... Okay, when we have the vanilla cream alone and it's not right up on the banana cream, you can see the difference in the shades. But when they were like right up on top of each other, it was kind of hard to tell. And I'm kind of liking this vanilla cream up in here. Kind of just sun kissing the top edge of our clouds here, kind of in the same spot. Oh, that's interesting. Oh no. Okay, it's just the way I was looking at it. I was gonna say that looks a little more yellow there, but no, not really. So the vanilla cream feels like it kind of has like almost a peach undertone to it, where the banana cream definitely has that yellow undertone. Don't want to go too crazy with the vanilla. But at the same time, I'm kind of liking that being splashed in there just a little bit on the edges. So perhaps we've just got a bit more sun-kissed edge to our clouds here. I just kind of want it to be like on the very top edge here. Alright, and then I think I might do just a little bit over here. And then we'll start to put in our ground color. We probably won't finish the ground color coming in, but we can at least try to get it started. Okay, yeah, I kind of like that a little bit better than trying to add in a bit of that crimson color. I mean, it's still a bit messy, but that makes a little bit more sense to my brain than that pink. The pink was too much. Okay. Now. Okay. So, let's go ahead and advance the tutorial just a little bit. He's going to take sap green and alizarin crimson, and he kind of mixes them into a brown color. That's not really going to work with the fiber in the state that it's in. It's just going to look like kind of like green and brown striped. And he's just gonna kind of slap that down on top of that black section there, and it's gonna take it up to the edge of the cloudy, moody sky there, and then he starts laying in some background shrubbery in the same bit of color there. Or is that, no, he adds a little bit more. Okay. So what's he doing now? He's adding some paint thinner to it. Oh, and then he just kind of added in some branches. Now they stand out because of the painting technique that he did. All right. We're gonna pause it there because we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. Alright, so I'm going to go with the shade Coffee Bean because he does slap another bigger tree in front of it, and I want to save the Van Dyke Brown for that so that it will stand out a bit more in front of it. Okay. So now we're gonna work in our ground so that the shrubbery and the big tree that's in this one has a place to sit upon. And we will see what we can get to have happen here. All right. Now I might add a little bit more on this horizon line. Kind of have to see how we go here. So I don't want to have any kind of strange theme appear between the two, like a gap or anything. Like I'm going to add a little bit more on this side, but I'm not quite sure if I'm going to add a little bit more on this side or if we're good. We might be good enough on this side. It's gonna be a thick guy by the time we're done. I can feel how solid that feels already. We haven't even put in our shrubbery yet. Oh goodness. We're gonna have to stab carefully in that section. Likely Banivator, but there's no likely about it. They most certainly are a Banivator. Well, guess what, Rounded Maniac, who just created your account on the 30th? Welcome to Nisey's report list. Alright. Give me 1 second here. I was wondering if we were going to get one of those today. Surprise. We did. I wonder how many reports it takes on somebody before they actually get banned from Twitch, if they ever do. I'm beginning to have my doubts that they ever do get banned from Twitch itself. But with the way the new accounts keep popping up, maybe the other names are getting banned? Or maybe they just do it in a rotation so that the same person can post in the same channels repeatedly. Because if it's not the same few people doing it, then that website has a bunch of people working for it. Okay, that comes all the way over. Alright, so we'll get this worked into here. Now I'm not sure if I gave myself too much ground here at the bottom or not enough. Like, I'm not certain. At this point, we're just gonna have to figure it out. So we'll see. We'll just have to troubleshoot from here. I never took the stuff out of the freezer for dinner. Hey, husband. Oh, my brain. Hey, check your messages. Do I need to add a bit more of this? Yeah, just a little bit more. So I can see some of our horizon kind of peeking through there. Now, it might not matter quite so much because we are going to have some shrubbery. hanging out across the horizon line. But at the same time, make sure that we don't have any weirdness kind of poking up through there. Alright, I think good enough at this point for that edge. Alright. So, work on getting the next bit worked in here. At least on the ground section here. I don't know how covered I need this to be yet. I'm not sure how much of it's going to be shining through. I didn't look far enough ahead to see what was going to be happening down here. And I don't really remember if it's a pathway, if it's a stream. I don't remember. I know we're going to have that tree sitting into here. And I think there's some kind of like grassy bits. But I don't remember if it's like solid grassy bits or if it's just kind of like spaced out grassy bits. So I might try to make sure that this is kind of like sky level covered instead of like quickie ground covered that's gonna have something else coming in on top of it. So no thin spots and all that. So work that down there. And next section here. Okay. That might be a little big there. Okay, so let's get that worked into there. Yeah, I didn't need it to be quite that long in that particular spot. Okay. On a good note, my plant that we bought back in the beginning of October from one of those Florida visitor centers that had like bags of fruit you could buy and stuff. I bought a little kind of like palm indoor plant thing. And it's still alive this time. I had bought the same one back in February of last year, not realizing or thinking about the fact that the one cat where we had placed it was going to think it was a tasty toy. And he chewed all of the fronds off of it that were there, that it came with, within a day, and it wasn't able to come back from that. So I got another one when we were down there in October. And sucker's still alive, which was a good thing. I had to, this time, we put it in a different spot. And I actually read the back of it, and it's like, no, it wants diffused light, not direct light. I'm like, okay. And I'm like, that's good. That'll work for the dark corner that is my art area. So I kind of have it sitting on top of some stacks of drawers. And it gets some light from the window behind it on occasion. Very filtered through the fabric that we're using as a curtain. And it also gets light from my my streaming light as well. And we made a cage to go around it to protect it out of some leftover chicken wire that we had from the guinea pig cage, to try to keep the cat from easily accessing it. It's starting to grow above the top of the cage now. I don't know if I need to make a bigger cage or not, but I don't think he knows it's there because he's not on my desk much. So he's kind of got no reason to notice where it's at. So it doesn't appear that he's tried to bother it. Before it was like right in his face, because it was sitting in the window that he likes to get into. So we might be okay. I'm just trying to give it enough chance to establish itself pretty well. It is growing. It's had some new part of it, like one of the stalks to it did die when we planted it, but the other half of it was doing very well. And I've actually had some new growth on it and some new leaves unfurling, so I'm like, hey, we're doing something right. I haven't killed it yet. I'm not trying to, but it's hanging in there with me, which you know, not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, I'm gonna turn our mat again. It's about time for a turny poo. All right. So I probably made that one a little too tight on the tail there, but that's okay. We're gonna be adding some more, I'm sure, on that side, so that's fine. We'll figure it out. I don't know how early we'll start on this on next week. I might try to start a little bit early just so I'm not rushing real hard at the end of it. But we made some decent ground on this today, I think. I mean, I don't know what we still have left to go. I mean, technically we're only 10 minutes in on the tutorial, and we still have a bit to go till we're caught up to the tutorial over here. The sky and clouds took a bit of fussing, so yeah, we might start kind of early on it again next week, life permitting, because we have to call someone about checking on one of our appliances. There's something wrong with it, and it's like just a year old, and we don't know if what's wrong with it is covered under warranty or if we actually filled out the warranty card. Wasn't expecting it to go crazy, being only a year old. At least the last stove we had the decency to give us a few years before it got stupid. This one decided to not give us that courtesy. The burners are still all working fine, but my oven is going crazy. That was kind of the last straw for me today, and what has been nothing but a shitstorm lately of nonsense that I just can't deal with. That was like the final straw. And I had a bit of a meltdown because I'm like, no, my brain's shutting down now. And I'm like, no, 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 no. My brain's like, nope, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. And it's like, no, no, we have to. That was not an inexpensive stove either. For us, it was very expensive. We're gonna see what this repair person tells us. Russell was going to attempt to fix it himself, and I'm like, I'd rather you not. You don't know what you're doing. This is a little bit different than changing out an electrical outlet. This is an item that gets very, very hot when we're cooking. I'd rather somebody that knows what they're doing deals with this if we're going to go the repairman route. So we think, or he thinks, either the gauge that checks the temperature and tells the oven to stop getting so hot, be like, nope, this is where we need to be, is either stuck or broken, or the actual thermostat is stuck or broken, because it's still cycling on and off. that's fine. But we set it to 425 yesterday, and I'm like, something smells funny. I'm like, it almost smells like melting plastic. And he goes, what? I was like, something smells funny. He's like, I don't smell it. I'm like, I'm telling you, this is like a concerning smell. So we I quick turned the oven off because I thought it was coming from the oven. He kind of smelled it in his mom's room, so then we thought, well, maybe it was coming from outside. I was like, I wasn't sure if the smell was just circulating into your mom's room through the air vents, and I just happened to smell it stronger in here. So then we thought it was coming from outside. So we went to turn the oven on again last night, and it started making the smell again, but even stronger. And we're like, I'm like, this is gonna like set the whole house on fire. He turned it off. So now we don't know if we have to replace the whole thing again, or if it's just a simple fix. I don't know. At this point, I'm terrified to use it. We can't use it because it's going crazy. It's like not stopping. When it gets to 425, it just keeps getting hotter and hotter and hotter. Like the bars inside were like a color I had never seen them before because it's an electric stove, electric oven. I was like, that's too bright. Like something's wrong. And he didn't believe me until last night when he turned the oven on and then he smelled it. He goes, yeah, it's really strong. I was like, well, then open the window and let's put a fan on to try to get the smell out of here because it doesn't smell right. So now we have to wait till he gets more money so we can call somebody because I think it's going to be at least $50 for them to come out and even assess the situation. If they can even do anything about it. The last freaking thing we needed right now. Because we don't know if we're going to have to leave and go to Florida sooner than we were planning on. And if we have to replace the entire oven and stove again already, we may not be able to go at all this year. So, which is bad because my uncle has some things going on where we may need to take my mom down there sooner than later. We don't know yet. We kind of won't know yet for a little bit. My brother had his heart surgery and seems to be doing okay from that. I think he had to have another valve replacement or something. Like he had a valve replaced before and I think they had to replace it again now. I think. I'm not sure if he had something else done. But he seems to be doing better. Hello. Oh, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. How are you today? How are things over there this evening? I'm gonna have to add a little bit more in this bottom corner here. Just kind of the way things lined up here. Alright. Okay, carefully remove it. There we go. Didn't want to pull too hard because then we would have potentially damaged the mat. We had to be gentle. To be very gentle. Very tired. The epilepsy got the better of you earlier today. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you're doing at least a little better on that front now. We're okay. We're not great, but life is trying to go tits up on us, so we'll see what happens. I'm kind of nervous about somebody repairing our oven. I'm like, well, what if they make it worse? But I'm not sure if they can make it much worse because it's not really usable now. But see what happens. But hopefully you'll have a better rest of your evening. By all means, if you need to go rest, please do. Alright. No, I still need a little bit more in that bottom corner there. Not quite enough. Just life keeps getting more and more stupid over here, and I'm just like not even like the country stupid. That's a whole nother shit show. But just like personal life wise, it could be a lot better. I mean, it could be a lot worse too, but it could be better. I mean, I do have to keep reminding myself because my brain always goes to the 50 worst case scenarios. At the moment, it could be worse. At the moment, it could be a lot worse. But, we still have a roof over our heads. We'll see what happens. But, you know, right now we're just trying to get through each day. We won't know about the oven situation until probably at the earliest Thursday. And you don't know. Yeah. The mother-in-law and her sister, who she's traveling around with, they are here right now. And the mother-in-law was kind of in a tizzy trying to find her passport paperwork so she could get it updated. And I'm like, why do you suddenly need your passport updated? Number one. Number two, we sent you that paperwork. It's not in the house. No, it's in the house. No, we mailed it to you last year when you were in New York dealing with stuff with other family members. We physically mailed it to you. We either sent it to New York or we sent it to New Hampshire because they're originally from New Hampshire and her sister still has property up there and family and stuff. So, like, we sent that whole box of paperwork that you got from the government about updating your passport. We don't have it. And she's like, no, it's in the house. We're like, no, it's not. And she had it the whole time. But I had said to her sister, I'm like, so Do you know why she needs her passport stuff all of a sudden? Oh, well, we're talking about trying to go up to Canada to visit. And we've been seeing reports that some businesses in Canada are not accepting US currency anymore at this time. Perfectly within their right. Perfectly within their right. But with the current state of things and how tensions seem to be increasing, shall we say. I said to her sister, I was like, what makes you think they're gonna let you in? Because, I don't know if they're just gonna suddenly decide to stop letting US tourists in. They might. You don't know. They might be where they're like, no, get out. You're not coming in. If they're mad enough, I can totally see this scenario happening. Where they're like, well, you're not welcome to come here. Sorry, we're not accepting US tourists now. Now, I haven't seen this be said that it's going to be a thing, but my brain is like, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Now, they might allow US people to have plane layovers, but you're not staying. You have to keep moving through the travel system, I haven't seen anything say that this was going to happen. I'm just putting the idea out there. I was like, well, what makes you think they're gonna let you in? I was like, they might not let you in. And she's like, oh, they'll let me in. And I stopped and I looked at her for a minute and I'm like, you totally missed the point of what I was saying. Like, it totally went completely over her head. But she's also in favor of the cheese ball in charge at the moment. Um, so I'm not surprised. I'm not. Um, you know, that that's a whole nother thing altogether. I don't necessarily think his mom is in favor of him. I mean, people are entitled to their opinion, but I'm just like, okay, whatever. Whatever. Okay. I've got my own family members that. Oh, hold on one second. Okay. Somebody picked the phone up. Our caller ID verbally announces who's calling, so I'm trying not to accidentally dox anybody. 2/3 of the calls are. Although I really wouldn't be doxing, it would just be saying their name, but it'll say first and last name. It depends on what comes up on the caller ID. Sometimes it just says the city, in which case that's usually a spam call. Sometimes it says the company name if a business is calling, and then sometimes it will say first and last name of the person that's calling directly. And some people do call the house that it announces first and last name, and since I'm on the other side of the room, I have no idea who was calling. So I just had to mute briefly there, just in case. But I have my own share of family members on my side that very much are rah 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 for the cheese ball. So, you know. I don't understand why they are. But they are nonetheless. I'm just making sure that this little bit here wasn't going to be a problem. Not sure if it's going to be, though. Look, I'm going to fill this in, and I'm probably going to end up chopping it off. Because that's usually how these things work when I'm uncertain. I mean, the frame would cover it anyway. But it's one of those things that's going to become a thing. And it's going to bug the ever-living Christ out of me if I don't. So, based off of previous lessons I've learned from trying to ignore that stuff, maybe I should just fill it in now. And that way it's not going to torment me. Alright, so let's get that situated there. Alright, so let me get our frame out. So yeah, we're not doing too bad. So this one, the sky looks nothing like his. Not even remotely, because now that he started to put in the background stuff, it looks more blue than it did before he did that. So now I'm like, dang it, Bob. Okay, that's good. So that's kind of peeking out there. That's good. So we still have to add our other tree in. We're actually going to pause here for the day because it's about that time. And I need some time to clean up before I have to try to figure out how to make dinner. Sweet. I'm supposed to make hamburgers tonight. I can't make french fries because the oven's fucked up and out of commission for who knows how long. I mean, I could try to make them in the toaster oven, but that's going to take forever because our toaster oven's tiny. We don't have our air fryer anymore, or else I would just put them in the air fryer because we had a pretty decent sized air fryer. But we weren't really using it, so we kind of were like, it's taking up room, and if we're not using it, why do we still have it? I don't know if we donated it or if we threw it out. It was kind of, like, gross and stuff, so I think we might have just threw it out. We try to donate what stuff we're comfortable with donating. But, yes, we're gonna pause here today. We didn't do too bad today. So what we still need to do is add in the rest of our trees and shrubs on our horizon line. And then, you know, go from there. We're almost caught up to Bob. He's not quite halfway through. We're like at the 9-minute mark on the tutorial. Let me just kind of see what we have in store for us next week. I can click the right window here. So it's like the yellow ochre color. It's a very like fall-y, stormy kind of sky happening here. So he's kind of using like the rusty, yellowy kind of colors. Although the ones in the very back, he left that brown color. So that's interesting. Is he not gonna... No, he's gonna leave them be. So he added like another layer of stuff in front of them. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, and then he added some dark brown shrubbery. Why? So there's definitely some dark brown shrubbery in there. Then he kind of gets into the lighter brown. And he kind of makes a weird little squiggly. And then he puts that big ash tree in. Oh, I don't know what that was about. I don't know if it was going to give me an ad or if it was just loading it. So, does he really spend that much time on the tree? He must. What the heck? Oh, photos of stuff that people have painted. And sent in. So he's just going to town, adding all kinds of branchy boos on this guy. All over the place. Does he... Okay, he had some more dark shrubbies. Okay, I'm just kind of... He adds a fence? What used to be a fence. Okay. So we might start a little bit early on this guy next week. I'm actually surprised he didn't put more grass in. This is more dirt than he usually does. He usually adds more bitsy boos on the ground. But, okay, and again, ours is going to look different because he's doing an oval and we are doing a square. But, we didn't do too bad today, all things considered, with how much time we were spending on the sky. So, tomorrow we should be doing Planet Zoo. We are expecting bad weather tonight into tomorrow morning. If for some reason the start of stream tomorrow gets delayed or if it gets canceled altogether, I will post on Blue Sky. I'm not anticipating that happening. Like, it's not a sure thing, but should it happen, I will let you guys know over there. As soon as I'm able to. But it most likely won't. We'll most likely be starting on time. And we'll be picking back up with adding our decorative bits to our bear habitat viewing platforms. I'm not going to be running stream avatars tomorrow though, because it was getting really chuggy on the last Planet Zoo. So I'm going to do without it on this one and see how we do. I did lower the guest limit to 500. We'll see if that also helps us. Bless you. Bless you. It's a high pollen day. So feel better, JR. Hopefully your issues calm down for the rest of the evening. Get some rest. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate that very much. I hope to see everybody tomorrow for Planet Zoo. And until next time, you guys have a good one.